Let me pop up the chat. And there we go. And yeah, if you haven't seen that Software is a Team Sport episode, I'd say go give it a shot. Maybe save it for later. But yeah, I think it was a really good, fun chat with Crutchcorn. And we'll have a new episode coming out next Monday for the private screening, which you can still sign up for. And then the next release will be the end of this month. And that will be with Robin Hines from Infinite Red. And it was a good conversation. It was great. I've got two more recorded, the Robin one and one with Shashi Low. And I need to record 3 more so that we can have this mini series of 6. Realistically, if we can just do one a month, right? If we can get a pipeline of just having 3, I could probably just keep finding more people to chat with about it. So that could be fun. But okay, the part that we left off on yesterday. Let's basically close all of these. Usage we can leave open. The fixtures endpoint is also one that I need to pop open. Wherever it is. It's over in dev. All right. So yeah, this was the thing. I woke up thinking about working on this. So that sounds great, doesn't it? Let's get some synthwave going so I don't have to think about it. There we go. So yeah, I woke up just thinking about building this out. So let's just do it. All right, so we're going to have balance transactions. We're probably going to bring in balance too. Okay, so let's go from the top of this. Let's just throw a comment here about basically what our steps need to be. So first and foremost, we create a user. Create a business. Create business user. We'll log out the token so we can copy and paste that. That'll probably be the easiest way to work on this. I don't think we need to do that, actually. Yeah, because we can just go through the login process without it. But yes, so creating the user, the business, and then associating that user to the business as an admin. So realistically, creating the business user as an admin should happen inside of business. Oh, but we're not calling the endpoint. That's right. So yeah, we need to create the business user here. Right? Okay, so then we do that. From here, we need to create a quota. And here, right, we'll create the account separately. Creating a balance is something we do separately too. Right, we'll create some usages and adjustments. Right, and we can create maybe more than one account. Then we create the balance, the transaction. Right, create balance payments. Right? And this will be a transactional balance, but then we're also going to create balance, make that be usage based. And then from here, create the API keys. And let me just look at some of this other stuff. Yeah, all right. So that is basically the playbook for what needs to happen within this like fixture file. This is all like the data that needs to be created so that we can actually start building out the UI with actual data and not have to recreate it every time we stop and restart the server, because the server does not actually persist any of this locally when we're in dev, right? Any changes we make are gone the next time the server restarts, and the server completely restarts basically whenever we make a change to an endpoint. So we need these fixtures in place to, have a good starting point so we don't have to manually build that stuff every time. I know there's definitely like some other terms you might use. Fixtures are the term I'm most familiar with, but there's also the idea of seeding the database. I think one big thing is that database seeding can also happen for production data as well. Like, just imagine you want to build a lookup table for all the states in the US, right? And have, if you're properly normalizing your SQL database, you're going to have a reference to the entry in a states table for someone to pick and choose something from, right? In most things. The idea of that is like, yeah, that data exists in production as well as in dev. So that's more of like seeding for the sake of your lookup tables, which is different than what we're doing right here. We don't want any of this to actually be live in production. And we don't actually have any lookup tables because this isn't SQL. So we're not going to have any like traditional production level seeding in this. Like, you know, DynamoDB doesn't care. We don't need to denormalize, or we don't need to normalize the database. All right, so I'm just going to grab this. Because creating the user, I believe we have done. I like the idea of doing it at the beginning, maybe, because then it stands out a bit. And yeah, so this is one thing that we're doing that I really like. Right? This endpoint, well, I don't know if I really like it, but just to give some context, we don't necessarily want to have the abstraction of HTTP for all of these things that we're doing. It would be one quick and easy way to, like, you know, test these endpoints, but instead, we're just going to have this one endpoint in which we have access to the tables and all that stuff, and we don't need to worry about setting a token and doing any of that BS, right? So all of this is going to happen without any care for permissions or any of the middleware or any of that stuff, other than just the middleware of being able to get our tables, fake tables, because it's all a single table, and create our entities in here. So I'm almost positive. Yes. And this is why we didn't need to reset our MFA token in my authenticator app, because we have the secret key hard-coded. Now, we may want to do that differently in the future. Hold on, just double checking. But for now, I think we're good. Like, you know, if we start adding more users in this script, then we might do it. And what's up, Array of Hope? How you doing? Yeah, so we could log that out. I don't know if we even need to log it out anymore. I think that's fine. But here we go. We generate the user ID. Let's make sure that's actually the right... Is that the right nano ID? Mr. Sir. Yeah, how you doing? And yes, I've been looking at making those beanies. To get like good wholesale beanies, I need to get like a tax ID here in Washington, so that I don't have to pay sales tax on the wholesale beanies, and then I am then responsible for charging sales tax for the beanies that I sell. But yeah, I need to do that, but I got to figure out like a good address to wire that up to, because I don't want to register a business with my home address, because someone doxed me previously, because all that stuff is public record. So yeah, I need to figure out like a good... Now, so you can't use a P.O. box. when registering a business in the state of Washington. You can use like services that offer a proper address. Yeah, like the virtual office stuff. I can do it if I do it from Delaware? Oh, interesting. I don't necessarily want to go LLC with it. I was just planning on doing a sole proprietorship. An accountant? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I just, I'm just selling beanies. Like, how much am I going to make from it? So I want like I want the accounting cost to be low. Yeah, it's annoying. I ran into that a couple times. So, okay, yeah, maybe I just register it in Delaware. Then I still need to figure out a good way of like getting that mail forwarded. But that's doable. And with a good P.O. box, you can probably establish mail forwarding. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good idea. Nah, I registered Whirligig Labs in Washington. I don't know why. Donkey Fish. Most states will still have a local requirement, so you'll be paying for 2 states. Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, I'm not sure. What inventory? Yeah, there you go. So hold on. Where the hell is Nano ID coming from? Ah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, we're good. That's the thing. The product would be shipped from Washington, though. Because I would wholesale order the beanies and then attach my, like, hang tag on them. Because a lot of the companies out there don't do, like, the custom hang tag thing at, like, the wholesale level. And Fourth Wall and a bunch of those companies don't have, like, the selection of beanies I would be looking for. Like, I want them to be a beanie I'd actually wear. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, definitely something to think about. Like, I gotta work on that stuff for sure. But yeah, so we're creating the user just fine. We are creating the business, and that part didn't really change on us either. When we create the business user, our role is admin, so we did that part already too. So I'm going to say we check off those boxes just fine. But we're at the point where I should make sure that the business user is being created in the create business endpoint. Pretty sure. Yep. Yep. Okay, cool. So we did that. I just wanted to make sure of that. So now we need to create accounts for the business. And I'm pretty sure we do that part just fine as well. But where is billing type being set? We no longer do this. And the place that we're doing this, we're going to do somewhere else as well. I mean, JWEF, I haven't changed the title in like a week. Where have you been? No. I think it used to be in the title. Pretty sure it was. But yeah, it hasn't been there for a while. Oh, is it in there? Well, shows you what I know. Oh, it is there. Yep, never mind. No worries. Okay, so the accounts. Okay, so here in this create accounts function, oh, why are you leaving there, JWEF? Come on, you just got here. All right, so we don't end up creating the balance for the account at this point. And yeah, billing type is not being used. No, it's fine, JWEF. You can leave. It's okay. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so hold on. Here's something fun, right? Instead of like account 1, account 2, account 3 kind of BS, we already brought in rand phrase from Falso. So yeah, if y'all are not aware, Falso is basically like Faker.js, but it never had a weird issue where the creator of it became a total dickhead. Now, Faker.js is now not in the hands of that total dickhead, but you know, I already switched to Falso anyway, so whatever. So we could do random full name. It's probably going to be over here in like the person section. So yeah, we see random avatar, email, first name, full name, gender, title. Is that like the Mr., Mrs.? Yeah, okay. Random username. You can ask ChatGPT what's going on because you don't speak code. I mean, I don't mind explaining a bit. So yeah, we're going to do a random username with accent being equal to false. You know what? Hold on. I bet we need to update our version of Falso. Wow, they're on 7.2.0 already. Oh, and hold on. Yeah, let me look at my fantasy football real quick. Yeah, real quick. We do see Chaotic, we do see Four Wheel, and we do see Space Case. Awesome. Just want to make sure they weren't getting screwed by me doing a random Sunday stream. Less random, but still kind of random. All right, so no one on my team is playing at the moment. Oh, yeah, they are. Ooh. Yes. Yes. Yeah, another Sunday stream today. Exactly. So yeah, Chuba Hubbard nailed it for me. Rashad White, Darnell Mooney killed it. Oh yeah. Puka is on track for one hell of a game today. Derek Carr shat the bed, but whatever. Yeah, I'm winning this week, Mr. David Poindexter. Ooh, he's bummed though. He has a couple people on his bench that went off. But the random username is for, yeah, like technically not necessarily testing. It's for me doing dev, JWF. So the random username is, right, in Waltr, there's the concept of users, which are people that log into Waltr itself. And they manage businesses within the company, right? But then that business is going to have their own users, which we call accounts. And the account name is randomized because we just want to make a bunch of accounts that we can have data to work with so we can build out the UI. Otherwise, we'd have to go in and create that stuff in the UI every single time we make a change to the back end because it restarts the back end server and loses any data we would have created. So by generating all of this stuff ourselves ahead of time as part of a setup script for dev time, it actually gives us a chance to have data to work with, so it makes our front-end development process quicker. Does that help, JWeth? Cool. Just making sure. Thank you for the follow, Modern Web. Welcome. Um, yeah, and here's one thing I want to do, right? This is already a pretty quick script to build, but we can make it even quicker by parallelizing the creation of these accounts. So instead of a for loop there, we're going to make it, let's see. So really, const accounts is going to be await promise.all array from I'm okay with it. Sure. Yeah, we'll map over that. And then, yeah, instead of push, return new account. And we could even do this. Exactly, JWEF. Yep, 100%. Yeah, so a user would create, like, not a user, sorry. Just imagine League of Legends or Path of Exile or any game that has a cosmetic store, right? Where you can buy skins and all that BS, right? Well, they also have other stuff that you would manage too, like the in-game gold for buying just, stuff in the game that doesn't have to be exchanged for real money. The idea being is there is a balance being maintained there, and if you're a game dev, you would have to build out the system for maintaining that internal marketplace and making sure the balances are right and crediting people at the right moments and blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to be able to solve the problem of when and how much you should credit someone's system, but you just make an API request to my service and you don't have to maintain the database records for that stuff. Now, that's one of the simpler versions of it, but I still think any time that a game dev is building out that internal marketplace is a time that they're not building out features or levels or content for their game. So theoretically, could we help game devs launch quicker and monetize their games quicker? I think so. And that's just one small part of it, right? Consider the fact that if you are using OpenAI, you have the idea of credits. You might spend $20 to get X amount of credits in OpenAI for their API service and all that stuff. And then as you make a request to that API, it deducts from your balance. In that same regard, it's kind of the same business. So it's not just for games, it's for all sorts of stuff. So that is a part that I'm not doing. That is something that Stripe already does really easily. Right? I'm not trying to do anything that Stripe is actually doing. So there are services out there, Stripe, PayPal, all sorts of them. What's another? I'm forgetting the name of the other big one. But they all do that part just fine. I don't need to do that part. So it's still up to my users, right? Any software as a service that wants to do that stuff, any game dev that wants to do that stuff, they still need to wire up the payment system, which means that this is actually usable within something like Steam, because Steam is also doing their own payment service. All we manage is the balance that when you pay Steam, does that increase the amount of like credits that you have within the game to get stuff with? Like another big point of it is if you are building this into your own game, into your own services and API as a game dev, that's also scalability that you're on the hook for too. Whereas instead, you can have a service level agreement with my company, and as long as I maintain that service level, you keep paying me. It means that there's less server infrastructure that you need to build out and maintain yourself. So that's pretty much like the entire reason software as a service exists. To help you concentrate on the part of your business that is actually your business, not just the tangential stuff. Thanks. I think it's a cool idea too. Okay, so we have the part about creating the accounts. That part is done now too. So for the purposes of my fixtures, I probably just want to loop over the accounts. And create the quota. Maybe even like the usages and adjustments get created at the same time in there. Yeah, my API key system is going to need some work as well. We're not going to worry about the API keys yet. So really, we need to build out pretty much a function for each one of these like blocks right here. And those functions are going to take in the list of accounts. Yeah, so that's our next step. So as we start to look at what we got over here, we've got microtransactions for account and usage-based transactions for account. These two functions are probably going to get like completely gutted, and I might just want to try and create them from scratch. And realistically, we're going to create the quota and the balances here separate. We don't need to do a create quota. And hold on, we'll just do this. Oop. There's a bunch of tables that we don't have created yet. We'll just do those as we need them. And actually, yeah, we don't need to do those here. Those will happen elsewhere. But we do need const quota keys. Quota table key methods. All right, and quota ID here. Sure. Yeah, I'm going to say that works. We're going to set this to, right, like a large number, just so we can test some of that. But we'll notify when they are, like, overdrafted by 1,000. Maybe not. Hold on. So one thing I'm recognizing is that part of our value add is that we can manage a lot of like the email infrastructure. So like if we want to notify a user that they're getting close to a limit, we could send an email. We would want to maybe allow Yeah, we would probably want to allow them to like configure email templates, right? We'll make it a very simple email template thing, but also we could allow them to set up a webhook that we just simply hit with the values that we care about, and then they would be responsible for the email sending with whatever service or whatever they do there. Just, yeah, I'm not like, this is definitely not part of the MVP. But yeah, larger companies are going to want to be responsible for their own email sending, and I'm okay with that. Yeah. All right, so we created the quota there. Now we need to create the balances. So transaction null, or transaction based balance ID. We'll call it microtransaction. Hey, Matisse, thanks for the shout out. Wonder what that was for. All right, so hold on. Before we get too deep, the quota here. We need to go to our data and double check, right, for balances. Yeah, we only have those two indexes. Okay. For quota, we probably also only have those two indexes. All right, Super Maven nailed it. Good job. All right, so the transaction-based balance. Yep, we'll call that good. Right, usage-based balance ID. Okay. So we've got the quota created. We got the transactional balance and the usage-based balance. We now need to go create transactions and payments related to an account, usage and adjustments related to an account. So that's where those utility functions are going to get made. Let me just double check a few of these. All right, so create microtransactions for account and quota. Like, the name of it doesn't matter nearly as much. What I'm just wondering is, do I want to loop over the accounts outside of this, or do I want to do it inside of this? I don't think it really matters that much. Oh, and Chaotic. I missed you saying Mr. Sir. Check out the score predictions for the Hail Mary Heroes versus Faders. Damn, Faders has everyone on injured reserve or on a bye week. So yeah, Vader's tapped out. They were already 3-10. I think they could have done better, but dude, their Christian McCaffrey was out. Damn, that dude can't stay healthy. Christian McCaffrey would be a generational running back if he could just stay healthy. Damn, even the Jets gave him -1 point. Oh, man. Atoda even said recently, like, ooh, I might be able to squeak into the playoffs. Now, I think you're in the playoffs, dude. Pretty sure. Pretty sure you're in the playoffs. I don't think this is a squeaker. Damn. Looks like I'll be winning this week as well, which would put me at 8-6. So I'm currently in 6th place. Atoda is in 5th. So he's scored more points than me, which means, yeah, he's probably going to squeak into the playoffs just simply because I don't think I'm going to make it. Ooh, Chaotic, you're playing Danielle, though, so you're going to bump way down. Yeah, you're going to be... Oh, you're going to be 8-6 as well. Shit. And Patrick is going to be 8-6 as well. Tom is going to be 8-6 as well. What the hell? This has actually been a really even league, besides the outliers of Danielle and Vaders on both ends. Oh, is there one left? Oh, okay, okay. So that'll be the decider. Who do I go up against next week? Oh. Look at who I play next week. I know, right? Rigged. If you've ever seen the show The League, right? Vader's is our taco. So you're the league, Kevin. All right, there it is. Damn it, does that make me Ruxin? Shit. Maybe I'm Pete. Who here has actually seen the show The League? It's really fun. You don't need to know shit about football to actually enjoy The League. Now, like, I'm going to do the right thing and let him know next week. Like, hey, man, set your lineup. You know, I don't want to win super easy. Wow, Tom's killing it. He has like the least amount of points against him. Oh, almost. You have the least amount of points against you. Yeah, maybe not. It's one of those things. There's always someone who just doesn't commit. And like, that's not his fault. Like, I'm pretty sure I like coerced him into playing. Not like heavily, but like I was basically begging for people to fill out the league. So that's on me. Dude, yeah, Sean, it's tough, man. It is really tough. I know time zone is probably the issue, but I'll be playing later tonight. I was actually probably like I was planning on playing today, but I really wanted to work on this fixtures script. Yeah, exactly. What class are you playing? The game heavily favors ranged at the beginning part of the game. Frost Zork? Okay. I just started a sorcerer last night just to mess with it. It feels like it's on easy mode. Oh, okay, so you're like, yeah, you're deep. A grind like WoW? No, it's not even close to like as grindy as WoW. Not even close. But Space Case, like, you may just want to wait till it goes free to play. It's basically like Diablo 2 or like any of the Diablos really, but with the bosses being as difficult as like Elden Ring. Like you really need to be good at dodging abilities. So you, like it'll take a couple tries on a boss just to like learn their patterns. And even then once you know the patterns, you still got to like do it, you know? I wouldn't say it's as bad as Elden Ring, but yeah, some of the other like here's the biggest thing. It is way harder solo. With Elden Ring, you're stuck playing solo most of the time, right? With PoE 2, you can probably find people to play with. A lot easier, at least. So I think there's a bit of that. Like, in my opinion, the value of PoE 2 is going to be playing with other people. Because it increases like the chance of good loot to drop. It also means like sure the bosses and enemies get harder, but it actually becomes easier because they're not all targeting you. So just being able to juggle the aggro is like really nice. Like I was struggling solo on Friday night with 2 different classes I tried. Now granted, probably the whiskey's fault. A little bit. But then I played with Algo Bro and Acorn yesterday. And like Algo's not like Not like a hardcore player of those kind of games. So it's not like we had like a stacked team. Acorn is a hardcore player of those kind of games, so there was a bit of a stack. But no, like it was actually chill. It was really good. So yeah, I think it's really just a game that favors group play, like massively. Yeah, I'm not an Elden Ring fan at all. I hate Elden Ring. I hate it so much. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just wait for the free to play. Because then, you're not out any money or anything. It is only $30, which is crazy. But yeah, I think it's a really fun game. It did take some warming up. And it really, really is about like how you spec your character, right? I actually did something that I'm really enjoying because with my sorcerer, I'm playing solo. The nice part is you can actually use weapons and items from other classes. So I spec'd my sorcerer with the wand and like the secondary wand or whatever from a witch. So now I got two like skeletons out there helping me juggle aggro. And that's just, man, that is just nailing it for me. You picked up Back for Blood, basically Left 4 Dead 3. Couldn't name it due to trademark. And the two DLCs for Dead Island 2. Oh, yeah. No, that sounds good. Yeah, I'll end up getting to Dead Island 2 eventually with James and Wormbane. So that'll be fun. But yeah, it'll probably be a bit because PoE 2 and Baldur's Gate 3 are definitely going to be like the games we play. But okay, so yeah, create microtransactions. I think this is going to be create balance transactions. For account. And maybe it's not transactions. Maybe it's like events. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Let me get more music going. No, we haven't heard in a bit. Does synthwave belong in a museum, Junior? Yeah, I've basically created every character in PoE2 so far. No. There's two I haven't done. I haven't done the Ranger or the Warrior. I think Ranger could be fun because I think they eventually get like a pet, which would be cool. All right, so then just like another bit of like aggroing. Yeah, the new Indiana Jones is free on Xbox Game Pass too, so yeah, I'll have to play that eventually too. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how many like amazing games are coming out like now and then in the next couple months. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, that one's gonna be dope. Avowed is gonna be really good. Yeah, like a bunch of games I'm looking forward to. It's kind of crazy. New movies too. What are some good new movies that are out right now? Oh, it's fine, Cinder. Oh, and we got a crew here. Hold on. So, who here is into 3D printing? Oh, Gladiator 2. Yeah, I've heard that's good. Do we got any like enthusiastic 3D printing people out there? I actually have a 3D printer I haven't even set up that I won from like a giveaway. Wow, looks like no 3D printer people here. Hmm. And then, yeah, hold on. So create balance events. We're going to do another function and call it create quota events. You did CNC machining and programming. Ooh, yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, I think getting dude, owning a CNC machine would be really cool. Oh, yeah, all this is wrong. So yeah, we'll get rid of that. Quota is already created. Alt F4 Stream has a 3D printing channel? Oh, I didn't know that. Hmm. I don't know why. I keep missing them. Um, like I just haven't seen them live in ages. It's crazy to me. Noon Eastern times, that's 9 a.m. Yeah. He's not super consistent with the Daisy streams either. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, he used to have like a straight up like schedule, and I feel like he hasn't been keeping up on a schedule lately. Hope he's not burning out. Okay, so he goes for a good 4 or 5 hours at least. Okay. Yeah, I guess I've just been missing it. Bunch of stuff with work. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, those are good. So, rather than requests, I want to do this as bandwidth. Right, we'll call it data transfer, and we'll call it Ender 3 S1, S1 Plus 3D printer he really likes. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what one I have. So I guess here's the criteria sender. I can make a tweet about it and probably get some people to chime in. What are like the constraints? Is there a budget that you're targeting? What kind of things do you want to make? Anything like that? Right? Any of that criteria would really like that's going to be stuff that people are going to ask for on Twitter as well. So, one thing I'm running into with right if we did requests, that one's actually kind of easy. If we do If we do megabytes, then we're going to deal with like, so yeah, this is something I hadn't really thought about. Like, how do we label our data in a way that makes sense in a dashboard? So the reason I'm saying that is, let's just imagine that well, hold on. Let's look at Vercel pricing. Models for gaming. When you say models for gaming, you mean like D&D style, right? Not necessarily D&D, but like role-playing gaming. Okay. Yeah. Let me just post over to social media about that. Yeah, so here's what I'm posting. One of my mods wants to get a 3D printer. Their main use case is building characters for tabletop gaming. Budget is around 600. I have no clue about any of that stuff, but I bet some of you all might. What are some 3D printer models they should take a look at? Any concerns to be aware of? I think that works. I'm not going to post it to LinkedIn because it's probably not the right place for that kind of thing. But you never know. So yeah, we might get some more knowledgeable people, kind of just like async, instead of needing them to be here to answer the question. So yeah, if we look at Vercel pricing though, right? We're looking at some pretty large numbers. And honestly, this looks better than I remember seeing it be. Right? Like, on the hobby tier, that is pretty reasonable. I don't understand 300% increase in SEO. God, that's some bullshit marketing. Like, dude, that is such bullshit marketing right there. 6x faster to build and deploy. Yeah, I'll give them that. 98 faster time to market. Sure, I'll give them that. 20 days saved on daily builds. Sure, I'll give them that. But this one right here is such a bullshitty statement. It's not something Vercel is giving you. That's just a Next.js thing. That's server-side rendering versus not. Maybe the performance of it could be a thing, but even then, that's how you build it, not necessarily where it's hosted. So yeah, really bullshitty. That's a product marketing statement if I've ever seen one. And I can say that because I work in product marketing. I know how bullshitty it can be. Okay? Come on. Yeah, to me, this really seems like the way that they, like, get you. Right? The concurrency slots and the seats. That's actually, like, their biggest lever for, like, charging people more money. Right? You'll probably need this way before you'll need to, like, pay for another million function invocations or another gigabyte of transfer over a terabyte. So yeah, back to what we're thinking about. Like, what is the right way to do the quota thing? Right? If they were to set up data transfer and say, have a 100 gig quota per account or whatever, you would just measure it in gigabytes. Well, hold on. Let me do this. Let me go to my dashboard. Let's look at my usage. $64,000 edge requests this month? $6,000 on November 16th? That's got to be bots, right? That's got to be like robots crawling the site. Hmm. And yeah, what up, Cody? How you doing? What happened on November 21st? Like for this to fall off? Yeah, something seems weird. Hmm. All right, well, the main thing I'm getting at is we're going to need some way of rounding. Like in the reporting on the site, we're going to need people to be able to set up rounding rules. For right now, we don't have to do that, right? That's non MVP. But we're going to really need to set up some kind of like rounding rule logic. So let me double check this. So numbers can have up to 38 digits of precision. Does that mean 32-bit? Yeah, right. Interesting. Let me get more music going. So if we need more, than 38 digits of precision, do you? Okay. Parth. No, it's not an open source project. Like, it is up on GitHub, but it's in a private repo. 5.247 what? Coding. That doesn't seem right to me. All right, so let me just use some character count tool, right? So let's say we've got kilobyte, a megabyte, a gigabyte, a terabyte. Petabyte. Something even bigger than that. So we have more than enough precision here. Like, more than enough. No one's going to consume that much data and track it on our platform. So we could track things at the byte level. So that's totally fine then. Right? The only issue would then be how we present the data to the user, right? And that's where like rounding stuff would come in. Sure. At 100 gigabytes a day times 30, you're looking at 3 terabytes. That's not a big deal, right? 19 characters of precision would be fine. So if we get 38 characters of precision, we're fine. Totally fine. So yeah, we don't got to worry about that. We are calculating this for quotas. Yep. The typical rate that a quota would reset is within a month, right? So yeah, you wouldn't consume more than 30 terabytes, and 30 terabytes doesn't even come close to 19 characters of precision. The fact that we can double that is huge. So yeah, I don't think we're going to run into any problems at an account level doing this. That was like my main concern. Like, are we going to have numbers that are big enough? Yes, we will be using DynamoDB, and DynamoDB, according to the docs that we saw, supports 38 characters of precision because they're storing it as strings. A 64-bit number, right, would be how many characters of precision? 25. So again, within 64-bit numbers in JavaScript and any sane language, you're never going to consume enough data within like a quota's time period for this to matter. So that was just my main concern. I just wanted to make sure that we'd be okay, and we're going to be totally fine. I just wanted to think that out loud, you know? Because yeah, characters of precision is definitely like it's not a term we normally think in, right? I would really like it if their docs would tell us how big of a bit depth for a number that would be. Yeah, exactly. And I don't think we're going to have the US government as a customer for a long time. You know? I don't think it'll be a problem. Maybe eventually, but it'll be a nice problem to have if we ever need to deal with it. So, right, a 64-bit number. What about a 128-bit number? Okay, so the moment we need to start tracking numbers at 128 bits, then we got a problem. I don't think we'll have to deal with that for a long ass time. If ever. So yeah, no, just yeah, law of big numbers. I think we're set. Ooh, and Cinder, we already got a reply on Twitter. And you may want to just like follow this thread if you get a chance. Let me just go to my post. Right, so this person chimes in, for tabletop minis, they would be best served by a resin printer. FDM printers struggle with fine detail and require models designed to overcome how layers are deposited. Resin printers are far better for fine details. They don't have a suggestion, though. All their printers are FDM. So that's at least one thing to be considering. Well, coding, they may store them as strings, but any language I'm going to be consuming the value from is going to be converting it to a number using the SDK anyway. Right? Like using the AWS Dynamo SDK, they're going to convert it back to a number for us. But because we're in JavaScript, it'll just be 64-bit and we're fine. We'd only run into issues with 64-bit numbers if we needed to do bitwise operations, because JavaScript converts numbers to 32-bit when performing bitwise operations, and then it converts it back to 64. Yeah, I mean, just coding, we're not going to need to worry about it. 38 bits or 38 characters of precision is so many bits that like we'd run into language problems first, you know? Like we wouldn't be able to do anything in JavaScript anymore by the time we're running into like the 38-bit precision problem, you know? Now, we could use Big Num and all that, but the SDKs don't support that natively. And yeah, so they had another comment. So they've heard good things about Anycubic and Elegoo. They have no experience with them. So yeah, hold on. Anycubic and Elegoo. So LCD, I'm guessing that means resin. But you wouldn't want the others, right? It is a nicely made website, yeah. So yeah. Cinder, if you're still out there, it's looking to me like yeah, some of these are incredibly reasonable for what you're looking for. Right? One thing you may want to consider, though, is that I'm guessing with resin. Yeah, resin 3D printer. Yeah, these guys. Um, there's most likely a machine you'll want for curing as well. So you'll want to consider the price of like one of these machines plus like the curing process. That's my guess. I don't know for sure. Purely speculating. But like Cinder, at least at this point, yeah, you're going to want to make sure you're getting a resin 3D printer, not a filament 3D printer. So I hope that helps. Now I'm not sure what like the resolutions and some of those things mean. So I don't know. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, maybe. And what's my opinion on crypto? I think the ones that have utility are most interesting to me, but most of it's speculation. Like it's too speculative to be considered like a legit currency for purchasing stuff. The ones that wrap it into like utility for smart contracts and things like that, I think have value. So Solana, basically. Sure, maybe. I don't actually own any Solana right now. I have in the past, and I have made some money off it, but I don't own any at the moment that I know of. I might have some left over because I was staking and then I sold, and like I don't know, like some of it didn't unstake or like the whole thing didn't sell because it's so like fluctuating in price. What I sold, I actually ended up still having some left over because it went up or something. But it's like very little. I'm holding some Bitcoin at the moment, but not much. I've got some others that I think are interesting too. But again, this is not financial advice. You know, I've taken a bath on a couple as well. I would say trying to buy in right now sounds like a really bad idea. Again, this is not financial advice. It seems to me like if you were to buy in now, you're buying at the top. And that's usually not a great idea. So buy the dip whenever you suspect a dip is coming. With about 14 grand in crypto, I'm sitting on what looks to be like maybe 2 grand of unrealized gain. Keeping in mind that I cashed out before the election at what was already probably like a good 30% gain from when I bought in at the dip. Right? Some of these ones I'm holding on to that I've been holding on to that I didn't cash out. Like I cashed out most of them. Um, I'm sitting at like 40% return. And before the election, I was still sitting at like 30% return on most of what I had. So yeah, I'm okay with it. Like I know, I understand. Like I messed up, but also I just you know it's better to realize gain than deal with the FOMO of well, should I have held longer? I don't care. Like I realized profit, and it's more money than I had before I got into it. So I'm okay with that. Right? None of this stuff matters if you don't sell while you have an unrealized gain to make money off of. So I am far happier taking profit when I can, even if it's not as much profit as I could have gotten. So yeah, like the Ethereum I had when I unstaked it, I guess because of the fluctuation, some of it stayed staked. So I'm sitting on, or I was sitting on $3 of Ethereum at the time, and I've gotten a 100% return on that Ethereum currently. So now I'm sitting at $6 of Ethereum. No, if I had kept my money in it, yeah, I would have been way better off. But whatever. Because yeah, I bought the dip. The ones that have utility, I am more than willing to buy the dip. I'm just waiting for that MOAS to happen. I'm just waiting for the MOAS, man. I think I'm sitting on something like 5 grand of GME, which I think is actually a bad idea. Yeah, Ethereum's at its all-time high. I would not be buying into any of these right now, personally. I did just because probably worth it. Like, to really realize a little bit of gain. But I don't have all of my cash invested at the moment. GME, yes. I think I'm sitting on about. And let me point out, I believe I paid 5 grand, so I'm not sure what it's at now. I bought in the majority of my GME at around like $10. So yeah, that cost has gone up. Like, when I say 5 grand, I'm probably sitting on like 500 shares. Again, this is not financial advice. I am regretting buying that shit, but I also like what it stands for. And at this point, 5 grand is basically like one paycheck. So I'm okay with that. Never put in money you're not willing to lose. Like I have some Coinbase stock I bought at like the initial offset, like when they went IPO, and I'm just now back to being even with that shit. I had took a major bath on Coinbase. I'm basically never buying an IPO again. Now, we may be back at a point where IPOs could be profitable again. I think the big reason IPOs were a bad idea during the zero interest rate era, like I think they were a bad idea during that era. But I was still like under the impression that IPOs were useful because I was used to like the 2000s where interest rates were high and IPOs were actually like valuable. Now that we have higher interest rates, it may be a good thing. I don't know. This is not financial advice. But for the most part, there's going to be a lot of bag holders on IPO unless you get in super early. That may change. It may not. Not financial advice. Story where you got something to do something it wasn't meant to do? I don't know. I don't know. Questions like that are tough because not many people have them like ready to go. Right? Like I'm sure we've all done it, but no one's actually thinking about that day to day. So it's not like an easily recallable thing most of the time. Okay, that's kind of fun. There you go, Space Case. Depending on the job, I could see value in that coding. But also, if you're a software dev, it's going to take you out of your flow state real quick. So you're going to have to be like really on top of making sure that you're like turning off and on your notifications when you want to actually like stay in a flow state. Yeah, as a manager, you just don't get flow states or team lead or any of that really. Yeah, I can see value in that. But also I could just see it being really annoying. So just depends. So coding, no matter what, there's the user is typing event. You see that on your screen. So even if it's a draft, you still see that. The big thing is if you have to have a message queue or thread already with them. So it wouldn't work when someone's like sending you their first message ever. But as long as you've had a conversation with them in the past, you get that event. So it's really just subscribing to that event because your UI has to be able to do it too. Well, no, coding. I think, yeah, you're just missing it. It's not about the send, it's about the user is typing event in Slack. I believe Discord has a similar event. Right? Start a PM with someone, and when they're replying, you'll see user is typing. I believe Discord, like pretty much, yeah. I think it's like it's table stakes for a chat app at this point, you know? Hold on, let me see how I'm doing. In my matchup this week, damn Puka. Puka's sitting at 27 points right now. Yeah, I don't need my kicker or tight end to even play anymore. I'm matching up with Robert Tables. Like, it shows me his real name right now. I'm talking about fantasy football coding. You could have just listened when I said I don't need my kicker or tight end to play. I would say open your ears a little bit. Uh-huh. I don't think it's that long. If you have more than like 3 seconds of lag, you probably need to refresh and you probably need to lower your quality settings. Yeah, 5 to 6 seconds should still be plenty of time to hear me say the words about my kicker and my tight end. All right, let me get more music going. So here's the tricky part to me. Notify on limit amount. It's 64-bit. Same thing as ever. What's up, Sousa? How you doing? So yeah, the amount that we notify on the limit We probably want it to be a percent. We could let the user set the value, right? So it would be like you've got a drop down of amount versus percent. So instead of just notify on limit and then notify on limit amount, it would actually be notify on limit value, and then notify on limit type. And that would allow you to do an amount or a percent. Coding, just slow down, man. Okay? Like, chill out a bit. You are kind of monopolizing the chat. I mean, gaming as a startup sounds like a terrible idea. Like, look at how many games are successful out of all the games that get made. I think it's even lower than startups. Right? You might hear the story of someone hitting it big like Five Nights at Freddy's, but also look at the fact that the dude made like 30 plus games before he actually had a successful one. Indie hackers have the same problem, but I don't consider indie hackers the same type of startup as like startups. So yeah, consider the success rate of indie hackers versus the success rate of game makers, and those are probably close. I don't know, Susa. Like, you shouldn't be needing anyone to tell you if you should do these things. If you're questioning it, the answer is no. Startups and making games are things that you do because you know better, not because you are questioning them. If you are questioning whether you do it, you'll never succeed. You need to be so convinced that you'll be successful that a naysayer isn't going to prevent you from doing it. That's the only way you'll make any of these work. Games, software as a service, etc. If you are doubting it, why would an investor go for it? Why would a customer go for it? Again, Sousa, like, my point stands. If you have any doubts, the answer is no. It's that simple. You'll never sell a customer on it. You'll never sell an investor on it if you don't believe in it 100%. What's up, Crow? How you doing? Welcome back. Yeah, so I need to update the types. Damn, and it already knew that I wanted to do amount percentage? Damn. Is it listening? Is this thing listening to me? Yeah, all right. So I like what we've done there. I know, right? Yeah, the code's starting to really understand me. I don't know if that's a good thing. That's kind of scary, actually. Hold on, wait. So I've got a shirt on from JS Nation. It says I love JavaScript on the back. Or I love JS, I think. I believe it's the anti-Primogen t-shirt. Well, it's not Copilot, it's Supermaven. So that's a bonus, I guess. Have we been watching the same stream? I'm pretty sure he even made JS Sucks, like hoodies and t-shirts. What's up, Mr. Demon Wolf? How you doing? No, he's not kidding. Have you ever seen him write TypeScript on stream? I'm curious about that. Unless he's just trying to roast it from time to time. He loves hating it. There you go. Oh, yeah, Theo loves TypeScript, for sure. Prime hates it. Like, straight up hates it. I mean, he has the hoodie just simply because he's a fan of Prime. That's the main reason. But also, he's not a fan of raw JavaScript. He's a TypeScript stan. So yeah, to him, JavaScript does suck. He's a TypeScript person. And that's actually something he tweets about all the time. Like, he really does truly hate JavaScript without types. Ooh, and these requests, these are broken. Oh, that's for balance, not for quota. You got tab 9 on the Black Friday sale? Nice. And yeah, Susa, I'm glad you like Supermaven. Yeah, like, it's not always correct, but it's pretty good. Sure, go for it. If it's something you want that you need to exist, then go for it. But if you're doing it just for the sake of trying to like have a business out of it, I don't know. I don't see a good use case because it is too niche. So, yeah, if it's something that you want anyway, then yeah, build it. Well, there you go. Yeah, that sounds good. All right, so we got someone else chiming in. They're saying a Prusa or a Bamboo Lab. I've heard good things about Bamboo Lab. These all seem filament based, though. I'm not. We have a mod who was curious. Because they can't C#. There you go. So yeah, seems to me like Bamboo Lab does only filament. Could be wrong. So yeah, maybe not a Bamboo Lab. Yeah, so I feel like the company we looked at ahead of time, like the other company we looked at. So yeah, the Anycubic. Let's just double check Elegoo. Here we go. Yes, Elegoo does resin printers as well. So yeah, it looks like yeah, Ron Buckton had some really good notes with the Anycubic or Elegoo approach. And right, like this is exactly what Cinder was looking for. Like they're even pointing out like the types of things you'd build with them. And yeah, like that looks great. So yeah, this seems exactly like what Cinder was looking for. I have no idea which one they would want to consider, but yeah, this seems pretty good. And if they're just doing it for like miniatures, I think any one of these would probably be up their alley. Why is that, Array? Oh, I mean, they can't stop you from doing it at home. Yeah, who gives a shit? Like, dude, no, you can do anything you want at home. Fuck that. They're not gonna tell me what I can do with my shit. Hell no. Hell no. Yeah, the Elegoo actually looks kind of nice. Just can't sell it. Well, yeah, they're not trying to sell it. That's fine. Yeah, so it's looking like, yeah, if Cinder really wants to, like, you know, really wants to do this, they're going to need something that does this stuff, and then they need, like, a curing station as well. And they're going to want to probably get a Dremel and, like, some painting stuff. So, yeah, getting, like, the most expensive item, probably not worth it. But, yeah, like, this is cool. The thing we're seeing get built right in there. Yeah, it could be fun. Yeah, what is the Mercury XS? Oh, the Mercury XS is like the curing station. Oh, this is just an air purifier for like the area. Dude, yeah, Puka is nailing it, man. Dude, yeah. Right? I'm playing Robert Tables, and it's basically that scene from The Simpsons, like, stop, he's dead already. Right? Like, dude. Like, all of my people besides my QB really just nailed it. Yeah, it's just an air purifier, so that's probably not worth it. It's just like a combo with another thing you'd end up needing to build anyway. So yeah, like the Mercury XS for the bath and the curing system, probably worth it. But yeah, looking at this price, like that kind of like really does sit exactly where they need it. Right? They got the bath and the curing station. They got the printer itself. And the size of these things, like what size does it really kind of like say that you can do? Where are the specs? Yeah, this one seems dope. So yeah, looking at the size of the builds you can do, you're looking at like 22 centimeters by like 12 centimeters. And then getting up to a height of 22 centimeters as well. And what is it? Is it 2.5 centimeters per inch? Yeah, that's pretty solid. Yeah, that's not bad. So yeah, Cinder, are you still out there? Yeah, so yep, you would like if you're gonna do resin printing, you definitely need like a bath and a curing station. And like this kind of sits right within that budget you were looking at. Now you may end up needing like other things to like prep the device, right? Like, you're gonna do some like sanding and some other things to like prep before you do like the bath and some of that other stuff. Yeah, like seeing them making this, like, yeah, I would say check out some of the like the videos and stuff they make, like about the process. And realistically, right, the Saturn IV is pretty large. There may be like a smaller one you could get if you don't need to do like 8-inch tall figures. If like the tallest you want to make it is smaller, you might be able to go maybe with the Mars. Right? Get the Mars and some resin and this bath station stuff, and you're looking at not a bad deal there, because then you're probably still going to need to get like a Dremel or something for prepping before painting. You're probably going to need to get painting stuff like airbrush stuff. So yeah, like the realistic thing is to make sure that you're aware that there's going to be more to building out like a finished product. So if like that budget is like hard and you want to just simply be up and running as quick as possible, then yeah, like there's other stuff to get, right? And you're going to need to learn 3D modeling. If we look at where do we see like the size, the build volume here? Okay, so then yeah, this one's just a smaller build volume. So really, if you're looking at Elegoo at 15 centimeters by, let's say, 8 centimeters by like 16 centimeters, divide those by 2.5, and you're looking at like the inch sizing. So 15, 2.5, you're looking at like 6.5 to 7 inches, or 6 inch, maybe smaller. Like let's just say 5 inches. That would be like the width or length, whichever one, by 77, and then the 165 there, that would be like maybe 6 inches. So yeah, it depends on the size of the thing you want to build. And if you're looking at like smaller than that, then you're probably good. But yeah, biggest thing is you're going to want to do like the resin process. So the main difference is with a filament printer, they build from the bottom up, which means that you have to like set up the structures in a certain way to build that layer by layer. Whereas a resin printer like heats it while it's submerged in the bath, and like it's like from the top down instead. Like it's still going up as it does it, but your thing is upside down while building. So just another way of thinking about it. And yeah, you'll want to do it in a well ventilated area, right? So make sure you got a mask, plenty of airflow, air purifier, that kind of stuff. But yeah, could be cool. So I don't know. Yeah, happy for you. Glad we were able to get some answers for you. PLA, isn't PLA basically filament based? I don't know the difference. I think PLA is filament based. So yeah, you're just not going to get the level of quality out of anything filament based that you would compared to resin based. And it's not the level of quality; it's more like the resolution, right? Like the fine details. So yeah, PLA versus PETG, like that's just the plastic type, but I'm pretty sure you would still be filament based with them. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I have no idea. That's why I had to ask Reddit or Twitter. That could be a cool web app for anyone knowledgeable enough. Yeah, I think Danny is using filament based stuff. Right? So she builds from the bottom up. And for what she's doing, she doesn't need the highest resolution, you know? She might once she starts doing way smaller stuff. But for the most part, I think a lot of the things she builds are fine with filament. No big deal. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, man. Puka Nakua, 35 points. Yeah, he was a badass last year too. That's why I drafted him so early. He was hurt for a portion of this year, but that doesn't seem to have held him back. Darnell Mooney got me 17 points without even getting a single touchdown. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, my team went off this week. I'm pretty sure Robert Tables is not happy about that. Did I win a? No, we're not betting on individual games. I'm just gonna give $100 to the person that wins. so I'm incentivized to win because that's just $100 I get to keep. All right, so continuing along. Yes, our post and patch requests. We'll call that good. And then, yeah, we're back to our thing here, and that looks good. So yeah, Heinen, I believe, you're the one that asked about the software as a service. We are working on our fixtures today. But it's about 4 o'clock. Hold on. Or it's actually almost 5. I need to go get my pork defrosting for some chow mein tonight. So, let me go use the restroom and just take some pork from the freezer and put it in the fridge submerged in some water. That way I can cook it later. So, BRB, give me a second.
Now,
Okay, and I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, I think we could pour a beverage. Definitely trying to pace myself a bit better these days. And I didn't realize the music stopped. I'm sorry. What up, Gatu? Gatu no Neptuno. Uh, cat, cat no water. Is that Portuguese? And I think yeah, the water part I'm less sure of. Like I know Neptune is like the Roman god of water, right? Like the ocean. So basically, shit. Oh, it is Spanish? Oh, really? Okay. So what is Gatu? Because gato is Spanish. Oh, you were thinking about the planet? Okay. What's the name of the Greek god of the ocean? Right? Neptune is. Oh, Gatuno is catfish. Oh, okay. Poseidon. There we go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know why my brain was spacing on that. Ooh, we should make a movie and call it The Neptune Adventure. I think Gene Hackman's still available. He isn't. Actually, is he? Hackman! He is still alive! Oh, right? Yeah, we could totally get him. No problem. Damn, he's 94, dude. Damn, he's been in so many good movies. Wow. All right, so back to what we're building. So this should be giving us an error. All right, so that should have copied things over, and we should be getting an error from this now, but we're not. Fixed your WP site for some reason. A plugin was breaking the plugin list. Yeah. There's like certain hooks that they can hook into, and if they throw an error, it breaks the entire hook process. It's a major flaw in the WP architecture. Right? Like, I forget which hook it is specifically, though. I've run into it before. Like it's the one in your plugin list. It's the one that like stores and fetches like the name and the description and some of that stuff. EDDSL. Oh, it's the updater hook. That's it. Yeah. No, that's totally it. Yeah. Like it's the hook that they get into for like them to like fetch if you're up to the latest version or whatever. If they break that, it breaks the entire list. It's really gnarly. It's just a major flaw in the architecture. It's also a part of the problem with just with PHP in general, with the way it does like the streamed, like top to bottom rendering flow. Like I bet your list was rendering to like the first bit, and then once it hit that error, it just stopped rendering the rest of the list. So any plugin that came before it in that list was probably okay. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Oh, no, you know what? I know why this is not giving us an error. It's because I didn't rebuild the types. Wait, what is that? Oh, energy saving mode. Got it. All right, see now, right? This is notify before limit. And then this becomes value. And instead of amount, we're going to say percent. Nope. Percentage. And we'll say 5% before your limit. Do we send a notification? I think so. So then overdraftable, notify on overdraft. This is value. And then, yeah, if you go 5% over, we also notify. So yeah, for unit here, right, we're going to have the idea of bytes, and when bytes is the value, then we're going to apply very specific like number formatting concerns, right? So then we can get the megabyte, gigabyte kind of stuff. And we'll probably even want to do something based on like requests as well. So yeah, no matter what, we're going to have rounding and labeling concerns for pretty much everything. What's up, Trash Panda? It's going well. Yeah, we're like reasoning about kind of like what we need to do for it. And yeah, the part we're working on today is our wait, what does it say that's your first chat? Well, I guess maybe I'm just remembering when you followed. That's got to be it. Because, yeah, I recognize the name. Yeah, I just remember when you followed. That was all. Okay. But yeah, here's our plan for today. We are building out our fixtures. That way we can actually start building out the UI with existing data so I don't have to like rebuild that every time we change something. No, I know it's your first time chatting, but yeah, I recognized your name from when you followed, and that's why. Oh, did I miss a follow? I did miss a follow. Thank you for the follow, Shane. Welcome. Okay, so we generate the quota. And then from here, create quota events for account. Thank you for the follow, Katu Dev. Welcome. And we'll basically do the same thing.
Okay, and the name of this function, right? We got quota events, we've got balance events. Transactional balance events. Why did the color change for those? Hmm. Okay. So if we look at what we've got up here, we haven't created these yet. We just created like the wrapping functions for it, but we haven't actually done the internals of that. And the API key thing. We're definitely going to refactor the API keys. Because right now there's just a single sandbox key and a single production key. And we want people to be able to create more than one of each so that they can migrate them in an easier way. Possibly changing their scopes as well. Yeah, I think that works. Let me double check. Okay, so Josh Vick over on Blue Sky chimed in that they have an Elegoo and they really like it. Awesome. So Cinder, the big thing to look out for is the cost of consumables such as rubber gloves, resin, and IPA. My comment to the IPA thing is, IPA, you consume a lot of beer while waiting for a print? Half kidding. Not sure what else it might be in this context. But yeah, awesome stuff. Yeah, seems to me like you're trolling. Goodbye. Yeah, account created on the same day they started following? Yeah. It's rare that that's actually someone here in good faith. Not impossible, but really rare. Yeah, how you doing, Coffee and Coding, Mr. Sir? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. All right, so we do need to just start building this out. Let's do quotas first. So yeah, quota usage table, quota adjustment table. Yep, we're not going to need the quotas themselves. Quota usage ID and adjustment ID. This is where we can make this simpler at first. The simplest way would be we don't really concern ourselves with adjustments yet. All right, so this is going to be per account. Which means, yeah, we need const what I want to consider here is I want to make sure that I have some of these with a quota that doesn't have an account quota yet, because account quota is like we create it as we need it. Some users won't have any usage, so we're good. So the idea is if right, and math.random greater than 0.8, we just return. All right, so then from there, right, we would create the account quota. And we don't need to check for it existing because none of it will exist at this stage. Ooh, and yeah, it filled in quota adjustments here. That's the wrong thing. There we go. So yeah, business ID, account ID, and quota ID is the full partition key. Yes. Yep. the amount will start at 0. Right, so we do a total usage of 0. And then from here, what we want to do is create a random, like there's going to be a lot of random in how we generate these things, and I'm okay with that. I'm not certain any of that looks right just yet. This is going to be usage count. This is going to be usage value. Or maybe usage amount. We'll just say value. And I think we call that good. Except that, hold on, our quota usage doesn't seem to be taking in our value yet. There we go. And right, we're using the epic or epoch or however you pronounce it. the created at and modified at values are going to be different for each one of these. Either like otherwise we can't even sort them. Right? And hold on. In JS, our date.now, it's in milliseconds. So yeah, we got to add 1,000 to it no matter what. So then 10,000 seconds. Sure. And then, yeah, after that, right, and then we update their total. Okay, so we've got that function made. So now we need to do basically the same thing for these other two functions. Yeah, that looks about right. Okay, so then the next step Yep. Yeah, we'll just keep hacking at this. So then the transactional balance. Let's just get rid of all of that so far. And this is where we also need to create account balance. And we want to do the same thing of bailing out. I'm going to say at the same rate. I'm okay with that. We do end up needing the now value. The balance value starts at 0. Ooh, and we could actually just start the balance off. No, we want to start the balance off at 0. And then, yeah, we create a payment. What's up, Bad Nintendo? That reminds me, I should look. Oh, man. It's Kansas City. My kicker already has a field goal. Nailed it. Yeah, good reminder. I know that's not what you were actually doing there. But yeah, we'll consider adding more than one payment, but we can do one payment for now. And yeah, I'm going to move the creation of these inline. What? Okay. All right, man. Cool. Um, I don't know. Seems pretty spammy. Like all that so quick. Like some of that seems like you typed it faster than most people can type in general. Mm-hmm. No, I'd like it if you just stop spamming chat. What is it about Sundays? Like it really does bring out the trolliness in people that don't normally troll. It's really strange to me. Mm-hmm. All right, so part of what we're doing here is the payment we want to create and modify at a time in the past. And we probably want to use that value as the basis for when we create the other values. So yeah, we'll generate the random value of when the payment happened, and then all transactions happen after that. But let me go flip the pork in my fridge. That way it keeps defrosting. It's not fully submerged in the water, so it's not going to defrost evenly unless I flip it. So be right back. Let me just go do that. It'll be quick. All right. So yeah, what we need to do is we'll do a payment or paid at. Yeah, we'll call that paid at. Okay, just double checking on those social media posts about the 3D printer stuff, just in case. So now that we got the transactions and we got the payment made, yeah, hold on. Let me brainstorm a little bit on this. Yeah, we want to loop over some random number. We want this to be random. And I'd say any number between 0 and 10. Yeah. Total transaction amount will be 0. Right, so then transaction ID. Okay, and then created at 6465. Thank you for the follow. What's up, Guy Ross? What you up to? I'll be cooking some chow mein tonight. I know, that's not what you meant. Right, so the time between now and paid at, and then this is where we want a const transaction created at. Okay, so yeah, I think I'm liking that so far. All right, so transaction amount is now that. And that's it. Hold on. So then, there we go. Cool. Okay, so I think we're good there. We'll let that one just be empty for now. And then this, I just want to comment. So if we were to then start recording what all we've done here, right? We created the balance transaction and balance payment. We did the quota usage. We haven't done a quota adjustment yet. Right, and a quota adjustment would be the idea of the user decided to like add to their balance, you'd really only want to do that, and not balance, but like the quota cap. You'd really only do that if you're going to disallow them to overbill, right? So if they're able to overdraft, then you don't need to let them adjust and you just bill them for the overage. So yeah, like we've got a lot more stuff to think about, but I really like how this is going so far. I really do think, yeah, we may be pretty close to a launch by the end of the month. Unless we like pivot to another project or something for some fun. But I'm having fun doing this right now, so yeah, I think we're good. Man, I burnt myself on the oven the other day. Like, dude, it's brutal. It is like really itchy right now. So yeah, we haven't done the API keys yet. And yeah, this is definitely not a simple project. But I think that's good because that's part of the moat, right? By not being so simple, I think it creates some value. Yeah, exactly. I did a reach in and then just like bumped my arm to the top of the oven. Yeah, super annoying. Good guess. Like you totally nailed it on guessing what I did. No, I've never used 3JS. Yeah, I don't tend to do any of those like fancy visualizations, and I also don't tend to do much like game dev. So there's just not a lot of value. But I mean, um, shit. What is it? Flick it? Flick. Do I not have that going? Hold on. I gotta go look at my, I don't know. Why was the function sad? Because it lost an argument? Alright, didn't get a return call. There you go. I think the lost an argument thing's not bad either. I'm proud of that one. But yeah, hold on. Yeah, did I break the flick game? Oh, their search is bad. What up, Janhua? How you doing? Anyone remember what the flick game command was? I must have lost that. No, flick it. It's right there. Hey, there we go. Okay. But it's behind something. Yeah, it was behind something. That was it. So what I was getting at is you asked about 3JS. The only thing I've even done remotely related to like physics or anything like that is that flick game. Oh, and I typed that in the wrong place. So basically, I'm using Matter.js. And I feel like it'd be kind of fun to make a Plinko game or something too. But yeah, I'm using Matter.js for the animation of like, you know, you flicking something. Yeah, I forgot all about the flick game. I really need to make I need to make a bunch of YouTube videos about the things we built here on stream, just for fun. That's what I should have done for the Twitch hackathon. Ah, that's definitely what I should have done for the Twitch hackathon. Maybe next year. Next year we'll make a Plinko game. Yeah, it's very similar to the drop game. As far as like, you know, just a quick and easy opt-in. That would be a good idea for a column over in the Trello board. That's not a bad idea at all. Why did the programmer quit his job? Oh, because of the erase thing. He didn't get a raise. You already said that one, man. Yeah. No, you already said that earlier. So at that point, you may be losing these joke privileges. If you can't even remember the ones you've done. Otherwise, it just feels really spammy. Oh, and yeah, stethoscope really needs some work. We're gonna have to go mess with that here soon. Plans for next open source day. Why would you say that, Pilot? Because I've been working on the back end for a few days? My guess is you just haven't been here. My entire career has been on the front end. Okay, so the next bit that we care about is the fact that our reconcile business endpoints are broken. And this usage.ts endpoint is also, or not endpoint, but file is also broken. Yes, I have done Go. I would say go check out my GitHub, and you can probably do a search for Go as a language, and there's plenty of projects over there. These days, I pretty much only use Go for CLI tools. Okay, so the usage file is now the big part. All right, so does that actually build? We've still got a failure in reconciliation. Wait, what did I miss? I thought I commented out almost all of that. I did. Oh, it's in the queues. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, so our fixtures function failed. All right, so key value map is failing at. We see it in the index.js file, which is not ideal. Framework from IBM? Uh, the answer is no, but hold on. Which one do you mean? Is that Loopback? Is that the one? No, I'm not using Loopback. Was that one they bought? Was that also like in the acquisition of Express? Strong Loop. Yep, nope, never mind. What was very pretentious? The name is pretentious? Jesus Christ. Like, I don't know, man. Sagatu, yeah. Did you always have this name? Yeah, definitely seeing why you got timed out before and why you haven't been back in over a year. No, that wasn't even it. Damn right, coffee. No, that wasn't even it. You got timed out more recently for something totally different. I do see the ban. Yep, you're right about that one. So yeah, WTF code. Yep. But instead, a year ago, you pulled some what about freedom of speech type bullshit. I don't know, man. I'm good on it. I'm not a big fan of you as a chatter, especially with the lack of a follow. Doesn't seem like you're here in good faith. Fixing it now doesn't help. Yeah, no, it still seems like you're not here in good faith. And you're just not that fun to chat with. You called something pretentious because it picks a name like architect, which is extremely just generic. Like, it's just weird. It does seem like you're looking for a fight. If you want to just listen to me while you're hanging out, like, you can do that with a ban. That's fine. You don't need an account to lurk a stream. Chatting's a privilege, man. The fact that you've lost it a couple times is not a good sign. And that's fine. You don't have to, but I don't have to put up with your comments. Goodbye. Look at that. Oh, wow. That's so much nicer. Ah, oh, way better. Not looking for a fight doubles down on the thing that is somewhat fighting. Okay. Cool, man. Oh, that'd be good. Yeah, goodbye. That'd be solid. Yeah, yeah. Oh, for sure, coffee and coding. Yeah, yeah. Like, I've seen too many streamers try and just like let their chatters walk all over them as if like that's gonna help. And it doesn't matter how big their numbers get. If they hate their chat, they're not coming back. Benawad hated his chat, and he never came back. Um, fucking Geohot hated his chat, and he hasn't been back. Right? If you form a toxic chat, it impacts your ability to stream. It really does. It impacts the ability of other people to enjoy your stream. So it's just not worth having the toxic individuals around. Oh, GeoHot was actually streaming the other day? Oh, interesting. Hmm. Do you mean GeoHot or Benawad? There was that dude who was a haven for all of my trolls. Haven't seen that dude streaming in a long time either. Now, granted, he streams at like weird hours, so could be part of it. But let me get more music on. Yeah, he who shall not be named. He's actually a reasonable-ish dude, but man, he cultivated the most toxic anti-Chris chat. It was insane. Like it was like literally insane. But we haven't seen him streaming either. Because he cultivated a toxic chat. But let's debug this bug. So if we look at it, we see line 31 and 100 over in the JS code. And that is in the fixtures endpoint. So it's not 31 because that's just part of our await. So it's probably down at 100. And it's our sort key for creating a user. Okay. And yeah, we did change that up. So I believe the tertiary key is now the email, and the sort key is now the created at. Okay. I wish we had better type safety from that. Like the table key thing. Yeah, I need to think of a better abstraction there. All right, so we're still going to get errors. This next one is the business users partition key. We're missing a required key or required value there, which is the business ID. And all we passed was user ID, so yep, that's a flaw. Yep. All right, so now the accounts. Yep. Yeah, so we switched up a lot of our key generation stuff. I need to load up the data file. Okay, so it's just partition and created at. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, coffee and coding. Yeah, we'll see you again soon. Okay, so yep, for quota usage. Missing required key. We only gave it business ID, and that's in the tertiary key. Yeah, so business quota and account is what we're looking for there. We don't even have a tertiary key. Business quota account quota usage ID. Aha! That would be it. Oh, hold on. Okay, I was looking at the wrong place. So that one's right. It's actually going to be in here. And yep, okay, so quota usage ID, sort key, tertiary key there. Sort key is the created at, which is wrong. Oh, sort key is right. So then tertiary is just business quota account. And we need a quaternary, which is business and quota. Business quota account? No, just business and quota. Oh, and yeah, DB record is a flawed type at the moment. Oh, I'm pretty sure DB record is part of Calatrava. Yep. So yeah, we need to publish. All right, so then version 19. Just let that be for now. Yeah, so then from here, we did the install. We don't need to scaffold, but we do need to do start arc so that things get copied, right? And now I think we just need to reboot the extension host. Yep. Looks like that was it. All right, so we're definitely going to get errors still. Let's see what the next one is. Okay, so quota ID on the tertiary key. And that is in account quotas. Ah, there it is. Okay. So we're getting there. So required key in the sort key, it is created at, yep. Interesting. So I'm going to guess it's line 337. Oh, it's the update. Yep. So yeah, the extra keys were passed in thing. Business ID and quota ID. Yeah, my log here needs to actually let us know which table that was, but it looks like, oh, we were so close. It looked like we almost had it. Oh, we were so close. All right, so that's a different one. I think we're getting rate limited on that one. Last movie I saw and liked. I enjoyed the new Deadpool. I thought it was fun. I thought it was really fun. Yeah, only place I've seen it was on the airplane. I even have Disney Plus, which means I'm never going to Disney World because I signed away my rights. Yeah, exactly. Um, I recently watched the latest season of What We Do in the Shadows. It's amazing. Oh my god, I think it's the best season yet. I think it's their best season. Yeah, the Hulu sub is I don't know. I feel like I get more value out of the Hulu sub than I get any other subscription. I think the Amazon Prime one gets me like pretty far too, but I get Amazon Prime just because I have Amazon Prime already. So it's not even like a consideration. Yeah, Prime, like, dude, right? The Boys, Invincible, and Vox Machina, love it. Like, dude, those three shows, and oh my god, Fallout, holy shit, dude. AWS nailed it with those. Like, nailed it. Yeah, Invincible's amazing. I'm just bummed that they're so slow to release episodes. I want more. You know, like, yeah. Oh, he's such a good voice actor. Yeah, but aren't they doing like a half season at a time again? God, that shit's annoying. Just in time for me to take a break? It's the other half of the season? Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember if they had done that part yet. No, I tend to actually watch those episodes like right before I go to sleep. That's the only time I watch any of those like streaming platform shows. Like I watched all of Community just like, right before I go to sleep. I had never actually seen most of Community before. Yeah, exactly. Same. That can be a problem though. Like when The Boys comes out, I do try and wait until like all the episodes for the season are done, and then I just binge them. So yeah, like there's a bunch of shows where I started watching them and then ended up staying up way too late. Like oh man. Did that with The Boys and Future Man. Oh my god. Yeah, I stayed up till like 5 a.m. a few times watching Future Man. Ooh, Psych, that's a good one. Dude, I fucking love Future Man. It's so good. Cuz you don't expect it to be like as like raunchy and hilarious as it is, and then it just really like boom, it hits you. Like, oh, I really liked Future Man. It is very raunchy, but oh, dude, yeah, just so good. I get it, John. Like, I totally get it. Dude, yes. Ah, yeah, I love any time that dude's like a guest star on some other show. Like I liked his guest star bits on like the college version of The Boys. That was great. He was also good in like his other season too. He was in Billions. Oh, I haven't seen that. Is he funny on Billions or is he like just a dick? Because he's kind of like he's good at both, but he's better when he's funny. He's way better when he's funny. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'll check it out. I'm sure Algo Bro's really into the show Billions. I could see that for sure. I'm not much of a drama fan, so I'll probably never watch it. Another show I ended up liking, but I wasn't like thinking I would like, but I ended up still like I paid for Paramount just to get it was Twisted Metal. I really enjoyed Twisted Metal. Like it's definitely like it doesn't go the direction you think it's gonna go, and it's got some like weird moments, but man, I liked Twisted Metal. I'm not gonna say every episode was good, but I enjoyed Twisted Metal. Oh, was it Peacock, not Paramount? I ended up paying for both. I thought there was. Oh, you know what? I think I paid for Paramount thinking it was on Paramount, and then I fucked up. Like then I realized I messed up. I don't think there's a single thing on Paramount that I enjoyed, or that I meant to actually pay for it for. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Oh, that's cool, Janhua. Nice. Yeah, Twisted Metal is based on the game. Yeah, it's done really well. Like the joke that was in like even the trailer somehow still made me laugh like massively out loud. Right? Like and because it was in the trailer, I think it's fine. But basically he's sitting there like interviewing with Nev Campbell about something I forget. And basically he's like, and oh my god, the toilet paper, 2-ply, so good. And she's like, What I'm willing to give you is something better than 2-ply. He's like, 3-ply? The way he says 3-ply is so good. Like, it's so sincere. 3-ply? Like, oh man, he nails it. Like, that part was just so good. And it was in the trailer. I knew it was coming, but it's still just, woo! Oh, yeah. That's one of my favorite lines of the past, like, 3 years in any show. Oh, yeah. I loved that bit. Yeah, I think Anthony Mackie does comedy really well, actually. Like, he's a bit of just, like, just a generic meh in anything that isn't funny, but he actually does a good, like, comedic role, which I was not expecting. Upload on Prime? Upload. I don't think I've seen Upload. Oh, there's another show over on Hulu called Reboot. That show's great too. Ooh, I highly recommend Reboot. No, it's not like the early 2000s, like late 90s, like animated show. This one's about like it's about like a TV show getting rebooted. And it's really good. Yeah, Reboot was good. I didn't expect to actually like it. Judy Greer. Yeah, she's hilarious. Yep. I always loved her character in Arrested Development. Say goodbye to these, Michael. All right. The CGI reboot show? Yeah, I mean, incoming game. Oh, I never saw the Office Space TV show. I used to like the Dilbert cartoon, despite the creator of Dilbert being a dickhead. Oh, I got you. No, Office Space the movie is good. I thought you were saying there was an Office Space TV show. I'm kind of surprised they haven't made one yet. I guess Workaholics was almost an Office Space TV show, huh? Here's something that blew my mind. Workaholics? You guys know like the guy that lives in the van? He's the director of Workaholics. He's actually a an executive producer on What We Do in the Shadows. Right? Kyle Newacek or something like that? I think that's him, right? Yeah, Kyle Newacek. Yeah, this dude. He's the director of the show, but he's also like a major producer on What We Do in the Shadows, which is just hilarious to me. Oh shit. He's only 6 months older than me? Okay. So you're saying there's a chance. Xenogerm. And yeah, is he directing Happy Gilmore too? He is directing. That's crazy. Ben Stiller's coming back for number 2? Fuck yeah. This might actually be fun. This might actually be a really fun movie. Vince Vaughn was good on Hot Ones? Oh, nice. Oh, Nick Swartzen's early stand-up was actually really fucking good. No, his early stand-up was solid. Like, really, really good. Right? Like, one of his jokes, like, I love hanging out with my grandma because, like, I can just, like, pick up a gallon of milk and, like, hold it out in front of me. And she's like, Nicholas, right? Like, you're so strong. You should fight crime. Like, dude, some of those bits are classic. Like, really well done. He's got another bit where he's like, you know, I've got a dying wish. If I ever die, I want my family, I got some money set aside for him. I want them to pay John Stamos to show up and cry at my funeral. Right? Like, did Nick know John Stamos? Right? Like, I don't know. He does it way better. I forget the exact lines, but some of the bits in his early stand-up were solid. That's definitely the problem with a lot of stand-up comedians, though. Like, their first big special is, like, all their best jokes that they've been working on for 10 years. And then their next special is stuff they had to come up with within, like, a year. Same thing with a lot of, like, musicians. Their first album is really hard to top because they've been working on those songs for a decade. So it's why a lot of bands end up being just one-hit wonders. Because they've been working on that first album for a decade, and then they got to hammer out the next one within 2 years. So here's the biggest thing that I find interesting. It looks to me like this was almost successful. No, I get it. Yeah, Isaac. Like, yeah, no, there are plenty of bands that last beyond a single album, but the majority of bands don't. And that's just the interesting part. Or they'll get a second album, but then they die off because the second album sucks. So, yeah, like, that's just a common pattern. But yeah, later, John. Have a good night. I should probably be getting over to some gaming and cooking. My pork should be thawed by now. Ooh, Janwa. No, that looks awesome, man. And hold up. Is that like a thing of like creatine something or other? Like in the cylinder or whatever? Like, did they actually like personalize your gift bag? Oh, it's a weighted blanket. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. I was gonna say like a personalized gift bag from work would have been like crazy. All right, so Let me try this one more time. Damn. Yeah, Jianhua, that sounds great. Sounds like you got a cool gig. I'm happy for you. So yeah, what I'm thinking is I'm going to need to start adding some log statements if this keeps failing out. I think we're hitting some like rate limiting type issues, which is weird because it's all local. Okay. All right. All right. So that's not bad. Yep. Balance payments. We are missing another key. Yeah, I want to get this fixtures endpoint finished up. So we'll do that before I go anywhere else. So balance payments. We're missing the required key for balance ID in the tertiary key. That's going to be over in here. And it's when we create the payment here. But I should double check my data index. What else do we have for the payments? I bet I'm forgetting something. Yeah, we're forgetting the quaternary. So business balance account. And then business balance for quaternary. All right. Are we taking bets? Do we think we nailed it? I think I probably still got a bug or two. Let me get another album going because of that. Ah. Oh, and you know what? Aggregate error. Connection refused. It shouldn't be a refused connection. What I'm wondering is it timing out? Oh, thanks, Carses. Yeah, we did that a few months ago, I think. It's hard to know how many of those are like BS though. Right? Because we've been hit by like the follow bot spam. We've been hit by that like a dozen times. I don't know how to like fine tune it. Yeah. Yeah, the basic problem is that yeah, like it's tough. Like you can't know because you know, all it takes is one person paying and they got to like spread out the people that they give subs to, or not subs but follows to, just because, you know, you don't want to be like identifiable. So they got to do it to a bunch of people to like make the haystack bigger. That way there's no way that they could possibly know like who actually paid for it. Yeah, it's tough. Ooh, we keep running into this error though. Ah, no, it's fine. Like, that is so much less the problem than the people who actually pay for follows. I feel like a lot of brand accounts do that. Hmm. So I don't think it's this. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I actually picked it because, like, where's the beef? But I'll be doing a pork chow mein tonight for dinner. Which I should really get started on here soon. Well, let me look at what I got for meetings tomorrow. I got a thing at 9. Pretty open after that. So I can go hit up the P.O. box and get my walk in at the same time. Oh, it's 9 for you? Yeah, yeah. For me, it's 7:11. Heyo. Let's try this one more time, and if we get the timeout issue, I don't know if it's an actual timeout. I don't know if this is an actual timeout. My current guess is that it's a timeout, though. Nope, key value map. All right, so balance transactions. Here we go. All right, so it's for balance transactions and the tertiary key. Yep, and all we passed was the business ID. So yeah, let's double check that data mapper. All right, so balance transactions. We got the for partition, created at for sort, business balance account, business balance there. I'd say take it easy on the spam. All right, so let's double check, right? Business balance account, business balance. Yeah. This is already going to be broken, though. This is created at. So, hold on. Let's stop that. Let's give it a second. And let's fix my hunch, right? So for creating the accounts, we could just make that number smaller, right? 55, right? I know, 55. Let's actually just put it to like 22. Oh, and that already seems pretty good. Yeah, I think 55 was just too much. The fact that we're seeing that warning, I think, means it already worked. No, I'm good, Isaac. I don't care. I don't give a shit. It's an editor. It's a thing you enter text into. That's it. I'm done. Like, what more do you need to optimize about that process? I think we're good. I think it's done. So I definitely need to throw some log statements into this file. All right, so we see that. Oop. Yeah. All right. So by going to 22 instead of 55, that massively increases the speed at which this runs, which I think is fantastic. So if we get that one error, though, let's actually go to not create accounts, but create quote events, and we are passing business ID and quota ID when I think it's just business ID. So let's double check account quota. Yep, we just got partition sort and tertiary. But hold on. That was a mistake. All right, so I want to fix that real quick. We're going to publish that. Let's do this. That way I don't dox my location. Yeah, that one's good. That one was Code Phobia requesting that one back in the day. All right, so let's see what we actually get logged when we get these warnings. Okay, so quotas for the partition key. Oh, really? It is just business ID. But that's wrong. Yep, nope, that's just totally wrong. So business ID, quota ID. Yeah, so we actually had a problem here. And then our tertiary key is just business ID. So then for balances, it's the same thing. So then, yeah, over here in our fixtures endpoint, we're going to have to go fix that now. So that part's going to be right, but now we're not passing the tertiary key. And then we got to do the same thing for these here. So balance ID. Yep. Like a glove. Cool. All right. So we got there. It is not 100% complete. We're going to have to deal with API keys, but that's going to be a bit of a pivot. And we haven't done anything to do with the, we haven't done anything to do with like our usage-based billing for balances yet. So yeah, we got some more work. And what was that running? It's not like it's not an integration test. It's our fixtures, which is generating like our mock data so that we can actually start building out the UI. No, no, it's fine. Yeah, our integration tests are going to be a later stage, and we got a lot of work to do for those. But we're going to be running our integration tests by taking in the OpenAPI YAML file and running actual like tests against what the OpenAPI YAML file says. So that's like a whole later step. We'll build out more of the UI before we start tackling that part. But we do need to make sure that the OpenAPI spec is accurate and can actually be run against our API so that we can actually generate SDKs. Woo! Okay. So yeah, I woke up today and getting these fixtures working was like the main thing I wanted to do, even though I really want to play more Path of Exile, right? Path of Exile 2. I wouldn't have been able to enjoy Path of Exile just knowing that I need to do this part. So the fact that we got that done, I can go play some later tonight, which is nice. Our plan for tomorrow will either be reworking our API keys or getting like usage-based billing reconciliation going and those endpoints and their queues. Or we start hacking a bit on the UI. And keep in mind that because we haven't run any of our integration testing, it's entirely possible a bunch of our like validators and just how we submit to certain endpoints is going to be totally broken. So like as we start building out the UI, we're going to run into the fact that a bunch of our back-end stuff still needs work. So we'll keep doing that. Like, we're not even doing like the lazy creation of account balances and account quotas when we try and create something. But we're not going to be running into that in our dashboard stuff. So I don't know. Yeah, I think it does seem like people really want to see some UI stuff. We've been doing mainly back-end. Pivoting the dashboard would be a good idea. But once again, like, I'm really happy with the progress. This pivot was seeming insurmountable. It was seeming like it was going to be way too much effort. And within a week, we've gotten the majority of the backend pivoted to our entirely like new like data model, right? Because we used to be a single balance for an entire business. Now you can have multiple balances, right? You can have multiple quotas. Users can have multiple businesses. We had a little bit of that at first, right? That we pivoted the dashboard to, but yeah. It is massively more complex, but I think it's actually just table stakes. Right? Pretty much every business we want to target is going to have more than one idea of what a balance or what a quota is. Like, every single game out there has at least 2 types of currency. Not every single one, but a lot of them. So yeah, really proud of what we got done so far. We got more to do. And yeah, all this planning, I just kind of maintain it day to day. Does it mean some stuff will get like overlooked? Maybe. But pretty much all of it has to get done before we consider this ready for launch anyway. So it's not like anything's going to get totally forgotten. When we start, like, once the pivot is basically done, that is where I'll start doing like individual like task tracking and planning. But right now it's just all like broad strokes. So yeah, I don't really need notes for the broad strokes. It's when we start getting into like the minutia. No, this is all solo. Yeah, I mean, if I had other people working with me, then absolutely I would be planning and doing all that. That's why, like, yeah, if it's solo, all I need to worry about is what I do tomorrow. That's it. But it's also part of why I didn't want to work on this when I was traveling for the past month and a half, because maintaining that context is a lot harder when it's a week between getting back to it. And that context switching of like taking a week off basically and then coming back, just, yeah, untenable. So I'm glad we had the hackathon project to work on while I was traveling. That was really great. I'm like really proud of that. Like, yeah. And we won the hackathon. $5,000 in my bank account, which I need to figure out how to divvy out to a couple people that really helped me get it over the finish line. Like Salomon and I'm forgetting all the other names right now, but yeah. Need to figure out how to share some of that winnings. Basically, I'm going to take like 1,000 of what we won and try and like divvy it up a bit. Yeah, I'm really happy about it. Yeah, I'm trying to like post more regularly. Twitter is basically just like a publicity feed at this point. I'm trying to turn like Blue Sky into the place where I'm actually like social and chatting. Just because not a fan of Elon. Don't want to do anything that really supports him. Yeah, I would say please give that a check. Like, let me know what you think. We got the next one, like the private screening that people have to like register for to show up. That's going to be like next Monday. And then the next like official like public launch will be at the end of this month. And that guest is Robin Hines from Infinite Red. And it's already recorded and everything. Just, yeah, we're going to have to figure out where we do like the podcast hosting. And then, yeah, we got one for January. That's going to be Shashi Low. And then like 2 or 3 other people I need to like still record. But we've got enough runway that I'm okay with it. So yeah, let's go figure out who we go raid. Who's even streaming right now? I see Matisse Tech. Matisse Tech, Odat Nerd, and Productive Time. And we have rated Odat Nerd and Productive Time way more recently. So I'm thinking Matisse Tech. It's kind of empty over there right now. Like in my follow list, at least. I guess I need to follow more people. So yeah, thank y'all for hanging out. We had a really good day. We got a bunch of stuff done. And yeah, like I'm just happy. I woke up thinking about getting the fixtures working. We're not 100% done yet, but I think we're at a good place. I think we're at a good place to start, at least. And yeah. So we're gonna, I don't know. It'll either be the front end or reworking the API keys that we start to tackle tomorrow. We'll decide tomorrow. No big deal. And yeah, should be good. Some good stuff. We're going to keep hacking this out. And I'm enjoying making it. So I hope you guys have been enjoying watching, and I will see y'all again soon. Let's go say hi to Matisse, and I'll be over on gaming. I'll be cooking some chow mein tonight and then playing some games, and then, yeah, see y'all tomorrow. So, yep, let's go click that button. YouTube, thank you all for watching. Appreciate it.